Some of you are scratching your heads right now. It's Thursday. It's late. Later, anyway. What's going on? Well, I got some Pantheon to play, and I got some time to play it. So let's do this. Let's do this. I want to get a group going. I want to make some experience flow. Maybe get an item or two. Who knows? But I want to keep pushing. We're on the Warrior today. Level 25. Level 25. Ideally, we will be doing as close to a twinkless run as we can. So it'll feel real. Happy New Year, everybody. What's up? Good to see you. Surprise. Glorf. What's up, man? Wolfgar, Flourishing, Dosi, Kazik, Kronzik, Electronic Phoenix, Rune Links. Welcome indeed. J-Tall. Good to see you, J-Tall. I'm your Alinar, the OG. Good to see you guys. Good to see you indeed. Yeah. So, I mean, we need a healer. We need some DPS. We need to figure out where we're going to go. Mad Run makes a lot of sense for experience, but I'm kind of like, I don't know, I'm kind of eager to, actually, let me turn this back down now that we're not doing like audio stuff. Like that. HC Ghosts or BRK? Or even the Nightwolf Null? Could be interesting. I don't know. What do you guys think? What are you thinking? Yeah, Happy New Year to you, the OG. Happy New Year to all of you. I hope it's been good so far. I hope it has been good. Nightwolf Null would be a really interesting place to go, for sure. For sure. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but by the way, to my YouTube friends, welcome. Super Trash, it is good to see you. It is a late stream. It is a very late stream from the norm, yes. But perfect time to get some Pantheon playtime in. Alberto, good to see you. That the Monk, good to see you as well. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it's going well so far. 2026, guys. 2026. I'm not wearing my beanie. I haven't been wearing my beanie for a while. I can't remember the last stream I had the beanie on in. It might be time. It might be time to get the beanie flowing again. Yeah, Green Jericho, it is a late stream. For sure. Happy New Year to you as well, Defiant. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're super chill tonight. I'm going to try anyway to do a stream tomorrow, actually, during the normal time. But for tonight, we're chill. We're chilling. We'll see what we get done. Where we go. We're forming a group. We don't have a destination quite yet, but I've got 2 DPS. We need a healer. Healer, CC probably, and then a 3rd DPS, so. Beanie relapse. We need a beanie relapse. We do. All right. How am I doing on just supplies? Food and drink. Decent. Decent. We got Glorf and Eleanor here. Where's my horsey? There you are. Managed to get a 4-speed common. This is pretty decent. 4 endurance, 4 speed, 6 recovery. Not bad. I'm not high enough level yet to really go hard after like a rare one though. But not too far away. I can play, but I'm level 29. I mean, level 29's probably okay, depending on where we go. Question from Pantheon's Reddit. What is the enchanter spell called? Unravel Magic. What is it supposed to do? Unravel Magic is supposed to be a magic cleanse. Like a magic dispel. A dispel for magic-based abilities. But it was implemented back when Aganoct was implemented. And the miasmic poison for the Madrun spiders. So it's only effective against those things. It may have been made effective against a few other things since then, but it is awaiting a greater pass on just the whole dispel and cleanse system that's coming in spring. I hooked another person to the game 2 nights ago. I love telling people some of my stories from my time in game and that inspiring them to play. That's awesome. Yeah. That's really awesome to hear. I've heard a few of those recently. Some stories about people getting hooked. And it always makes me really happy. We have a level 23 shaman that's looking for group. Do we want to see if we can grab them as a healer? Super Trash, what class are you on? What happened to EQ Guesser? We do need to do another EQ Guesser. We need to have at least one, like, I don't know, every week or two. One stream where we do a little EQ Guesser. We can't let that fall off. Remind me next time. Remind me next stream. And we'll do a few rounds. Need heals. Yes, we do. Oh, wait. I misspelled it. Hey, I'd like to make known that Steam has it wrong. You can play Pantheon on the Steam Deck. Maybe we can get that cleared up. I know a handful of people that play Pantheon on the Steam Deck. No, Super Trash, I think it'd be great to have you. I mean, if we don't end up grabbing a CC, then 2 healers would be fine. Shaman and a druid, I think it'd be fine. Where do we want to go, guys? We want to do Ghosts, or do we want to do Nightwolf Knoll, or do we want to do BRK? I'm going to let you guys decide. I'm not making this decision. I would stay in EP, Super Trash, because we might be headed to Nightwolf Knoll. I don't know why I'm kind of like leaning towards that right now. What's the hold on. Let me pull it up. So we've got the Wyken. Blade of Carnage. That's a pretty sick weapon. The Fang-lined Cow is a pretty sick weapon, but I can't wear it. Moonhowler Paws. Those are cool. Okay. We've got Razor Fang. Shackles are nice. Girdle's nice. Girdle's really nice. Ring is pretty cool, given that I don't have any. And then we got Moon Witch, which I don't know. Some good paladin loot here too. Okay. I mean, there are definitely some cool things to get. I haven't tried soloing Bolt yet. Haven't tried. I haven't tried. Do we want to try to bring... how does a 22 Necromancer sound for Nightwolf Null? We feel like that's a... They're going to be able to do decently well? Because if so, then we might have ourselves a group here. Skiatch. Not chasing a specific item right now. I'm more wanting to spend some time in a new place. So we're going to go to Nightwolf Knoll, I think. There's definitely some cool items there to get. My wife and I are sitting on the couch watching TV, and I hear a text realizing I left my phone in the kitchen. I get up, go to the kitchen to check it. It's a text from my wife. Please bring the chips on your way back. I mean, that's pretty smart. It's a pretty smart move. I think 22 will be okay, not 100%. I mean, let's try it. Let's try it. Okay, let's head to EP. We'll meet up with Super Trash there. Hey, Black Fox, good to see you, man. Yes, that was a very high IQ wife move. Indeed. Indeed. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if we don't have a Silent Plains TP yet, so this is probably the fastest way, huh? Did anybody do anything crazy for New Year's? Anything like super exciting? We stayed up to watch the ball drop last night with all of our kids, and we had this like, I don't know, technically I think it was supposed to be like ginger ale, but it was like, it was awful. I mean, it was like straight up, it was super ginger. I mean, it was just like ginger juice. So that was pretty fun. That was pretty fun. We all took a sip, and that was pretty much it. I don't know if you guys have ever had... I love ginger chews. If you've ever had like, I think they're called like Genjis. There's a few different brands, a few different types, but those are really good. Those are like dangerous. If I get those are the kind of things that I'll just eat like crazy. They'll be gone before I realize it. It does burn, yeah. It definitely does burn. No, it wasn't ginger beer, no. Joppa, did you read the article about the Norwegian Navy putting barcodes on the ships? It's so they can Scandinavian. Nope, hadn't heard about that one. Hadn't heard those news. Joppa, you should roll a tune on Haven Song one day so you can experience the different pop. I can imagine. I can imagine. We're on the road to getting that short up. We're meeting our 6th at Nightwolf Knoll. Yeah, Super Trash, we're on 0. Do we plan on letting the warrior have more self-sustain? I'm not going to rule it out entirely. I wouldn't think of it as like self-sustain, particularly the sustain part. I wouldn't rule out warriors having certain a certain ability or cooldown or something that might you know, I'm thinking of like Last Stand or something like that. I could see, especially through mastery and ability like that, getting some form of like health back, some form of like self heal, but it will continue to be pretty minimal. Now, what we are looking pretty closely at is warrior recovery outside of combat and potentially improving what they're able to do there to some extent. But that's more where we're looking as opposed to like actual self-sustain in combat. Okay, cool. Super Trash. Yeah, we'll pick you up as soon as we zone over. We'll find each other. My friend used to say to his wife, "Honey, the word of the day is sensuous. So sensuous up, could you get me a beer?" I mean, is this like, did I miss the New Year's resolution of it's time to bring out all the dad jokes? No more holding back? There seems to be a memo that went out that I missed. Do you think warrior will ever get more skills that can be used without a shield so they can sometimes... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Gorfang, that's a big part of what we're bringing with their class updates is... like, I really want the warrior to have a strong shield fantasy and a strong kind of play style and effectiveness with shields, both offensively and defensively, or like Bastion warriors that really lean into that. But I also want to improve their general weapon master vibe, and that means giving them a good bit more of a kit, not only for two-handers but also dual wielding. That was dumb. What aggroed me? All right. And I went, I exhausted myself, so this will be fun. We might have to hop off Horsey here for this one. These are the kind of situations where exhaustion is like uber punishing. Thank you. Let's go ahead and like get our endurance up a little bit. Your story is literally true though. Hey, well, that's fair. I mean, that does improve it a little bit for sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be a really nice change for Warriors. It was very helpful for me to, even on my Warrior here, I'm like, okay. And I'm obviously the guy pushing real hard for, you know, shields to be such a prominent part of their kit. And I want them to be, and I want them to be even more so than they are now. But I also, you know, if I get a Blade of Carnage, I want to be excited about having a Blade of Carnage and a Scorched Partisan, right? And not just like, oh, well, I guess I'll just retire my Scorched Partisan kind of thing. So I'm excited about it too. Hey, the 40-year-old. Cool. Good. Good. Yeah, I've been really enjoying the Warrior too. A lot. Okay. So we got Super Trash. Okay. Once I meet up with Super Trash, we'll just kind of chill here. Oh, we might be bugged. Are we bugged? Yeah, we're bugged. I can't see him in the group list. We'll see if you can at least follow the arrow to where we're going. We can reform the group once we're all there. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna chill here for now. Okay, so Java, I don't know if it's relevant at higher levels, but at low 20s, it's faster to dismount and sit to regain endurance, then remount and keep sprinting faster than keep trotting along. Yeah, yeah. See, that's no good, but good to know. We will definitely be fixing that. All right. People are also saying Warrior can't hold aggro against other tanks and can't pull aggro from the other tanks. What are your thoughts on that? I don't have any like personal thoughts on it yet. I haven't had that experience personally, so I can't really speak to whether that I feel like that's the case. I'm pretty sure that maybe, I don't know, maybe Dire Lords are the exception to this, but in most of the class channels, I'm reading about aggro issues. I know for the warrior and for the paladin both, I've read plenty of comments and get plenty of feedback about aggro issues. So, personally, I have not felt personally like I'm having an issue with aggro on my warrior yet. But, you know, subject to change. All right, let me just make sure. That's all right. And then I'm just been on the paladin so much, I'm trying to refamiliarize myself with these key bindings. Close the gap. Let's go ahead and all right, let's regroup. Let's just regroup. Okay. It's an issue for raid taking. Okay. Yeah, Zach, I've actually had a few people mention that the lightsaber look. I'd like to get to a point where I can kind of, I mean, it'd probably be okay there. Hey, Happy New Year's, Functional Pair. Good to see you. Thank you for that. Thank you, thank you. Your first piece of Tell Danger Sleuth? Nice, what'd you get? Am I excited for the mob level changes? Yes. I am very excited for the upcoming mob changes. 100%. All right, so guys, I have not done this content in a group before, so I'm going to, you know, I don't know if there's kind of a preferred way in that we like to go, but this entrance looks good to me. So if we're good, then we can head in here, huh? Let me just let me bind one more key. I'm gonna bind. Oh, you haven't done without running up the walls? Nice. Okay, well this will be a good experience then. We're gonna do stance. There we go. Okay. Let's just get into it. So we got a soothsayer here. Oh, I hate primordial curse, actually. That's pretty... That might be what we try and interrupt. Reduces stats a lot. A lot. I'm gonna be kind of quiet here for a second because I want to just kind of study these abilities. Leader's Craze, Savage Bite. Savage Bite's pretty rough. That's a 1 second cast, so that one probably be a little bit more viable to try and interrupt. Or not interrupt, to shield block. Once we get kind of established in here, Glorf, if you want to pull, I'm totally cool with that. I mean, if you want to pull now, I'm cool with that, honestly. It's whatever. Okay. Cool. Cool. Hey, sure, dude. Yeah, it's just kind of an impromptu. I was really itching to get in and play, and like, let's just do a little cozy stream. Bring in the new year with a cozy stream. So we're just chilling. I've been wanting to do Nightwolf Null for a while now, so I've been excited to get in here. But generally, yes, like, so the comment I saw about tanks and aggro and a lot of that having to do with DPS and how strong DPS is right now, how fast TTK is, and a lot of that contributing to how difficult aggro management can feel. I totally agree. We agree in what we're looking at and what we're seeing. Anybody need these? I love how I included Bard in that. Any Bards need these? Yo. Cool, sure, dude. 5 stream streak. That's awesome. Blood Mage, huh? The Blood Mage. Excited for mob changes to post 23 plus. You got for solo non-Chevron werewolves. Then in 30s, deicides, not many places to solo and chill while watching Twitch with friends. Yeah, Goonie, that's I feel that strongly. That's going to be much improved soon. The world's going to open up in a very significant way. Come here. Okay, that mass drain blood, that's I'm gonna focus on interrupting that when I see it. Woo! They do hurt, don't they? Except for that time. I'm gonna miss it that time. But after that. Man, they use that a lot too. Woo! Glad we have two healers. Miss. Shield slam miss. But see, I'll say this, like, dang. Come on now. The warrior feels less frenetic to me than the paladin does right now. That guy was tough. Did he address this? Crushneck explained it as the warrior's threat comes in part from being hit, so when threat needs to be swapped, they can't because they haven't been able to build threat compared to the Dire Lord and Paladin. They don't need to use shield reactively, meaning they need to be the target. Explain to me what you mean by warrior threat depending on being hit. Are you talking about because of counterplay? Well, I guess counterplay, punish, like the things that are reactive compared to or the things that reactively become available to you with your shield. Okay, I think I understand. I'm assuming nobody needs those pants. So I will put them on. As much as I love my little loincloth inspired armor. Is my volume, my voice volume loud enough with the mic this far away, by the way? Is everybody hearing okay? Okay. Just checking. Yay. Getting a little bit more warrior-like. Bit by bit. Oh, what's up, man? Good to see you. Yeah, it's much less frenetic. You know, it's which probably means that I'm not leveraging as much as I could be. Like I'm not. There's probably more I could be doing. No, 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 no! Don't no path available. No. What do you have on right now? Bleeder's Craze, attack speed increasing. Okay. I really like the Bleeders kit. Actually, when I was working on these NPCs and their abilities, that was like close to when I stopped streaming the last time, I think. Oops. That's a blood mage too. I need to be locked in. Wrong one. Crippling flow. Okay. Bloodburst. Sanguine curse. Watch for those mass drain bloods. Okay. Do we have... Am I the only one that can interrupt? Do we want to do like an interrupt chain here? Okay. You're up next on interrupt for mass. Okay, cool. Cool, cool. All right, good. We got plenty then. These guys will die a whole lot faster if we interrupt those. I don't know. Let's go ahead and get these back on. I'll zoom out a little bit. I'm currently taking on a 21 Paladin and having a blast though, trying to figure out what to play for the patch coming up this spring. Nice. I'm hoping a lot of people are going to spend some time doing that. You know, it's a great opportunity to get in, level up a lot more quickly, feel out a couple of classes. It's pretty quick to get up to around the level 20 range, and gives you a nice taste, you know, so that you can be kind of locked in and ready to go once spring hits. And I'm hoping with the next patch that we do that we'll have even a few more things coming to kind of make that process a little bit more fun. Okay. What about Nightfall Crypt? Are we gonna... Can we start climbing? Let's move on up. Okay. Stamina Dex. Oh yeah, I got those off of the solar ones. All right, let's go. Let's follow Glorf. You want to know how big Nightfall Crypt is and what it compares to in the game currently. But see, if I tell you that, then you're not gonna know, you're not gonna have anything to look forward to. You're not gonna go into it with eyes wide open, full of wonder and childlike trepidation. You know? Is there a named in here? There are 3. And T-Chief already answered you. So, there you go. Is the wipe at spring the last wipe and count as kind of launch, or will there be wipes after? Yes, it is not launch. We are not launching until we announce like the official 1.0 launch. So this is not that. So there will at least be one more wipe when we finally launch 1.0. He's already level 4 Bleeder's Craze. Woo. Nice. What I'll say, the only thing I'm going to say about Nightfall Crypt is that it is there's not only going to be one of them in the world. They are... Oh, it's a blood mage. So, you know, however this one is, and as you discover this one and, you know, kind of get a feel for it and everything, that it doesn't necessarily mean that the size and scope will always be, and you know, all the details about it will be reflective of how they are elsewhere. And if that sounds weird or vague or confusing, then good. Good. It's not anything like Spirit Manor. No. No. That is all I will say. All right, I'll take first mass drain. No, I won't. No, I won't. Somebody else got it now. Or no, I've still got it. I've got it. No, don't. Never mind. Why isn't it letting me... Hold on. I don't understand. Lag? That was very strange. Anyway, sorry. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, that was weird. It's like every time I went to use it, it was grayed out. And then it just randomly, seemingly randomly went on cooldown. I don't know. That's all you're getting out of me, T-Chief. That's all you're getting. Oh, I see what you mean. The concentrating. Okay. Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff where it's like this. It's so frustrating to me. Those are the things that I harp on so much internally, is like just clarity and stuff like that. Like, why won't it work? I don't know why it won't work. It's just grayed out. The information's there, but it's usually under a mountain of like debuffs. And yeah, we've got some stuff to do to clean that up. Frenzied. Hey Joppa, a quick question. I've noticed every class has 2 to 3 resources. They have to manage any chance of reducing it to 1. Well, for some classes, yeah. I mean, some classes only have 1. Some classes only use mana. The warrior looks like they have 3, but they really only have 2. Or, I'm sorry, they really only have 1. They look like they have 2. They really only have 1. I mean, I guess you could technically count endurance for like storm, but this is the resilience is a dead resource, and it's just battle points really. And then we're going through, as we go through the classes as part of these updates leading up to spring, the resources are one of the things we're looking at, and may in fact consolidate in certain cases where it makes sense. Good to see you, by the way, Flange. When you balance the difficulty, what is your group template? 1 tank, 1 healer, 1 CC, 3 DPS. Currently, Ash Breathers and Wildbloods push groups to have 2 healers. Is your intention for two healer groups? No, that's not our intention. That is right now a byproduct of the way, kind of the destination that the tuning up until now has led us with the chevron system, and kind of how we've been approaching challenge in the areas that are intended to be a little more challenging. So with a lot of the changes coming up in the spring to pacing and resource management and density and various different ingredients, the goal is to cut back on this insane kind of like spiky, super like unpredictable, massive. I blink my eye and the tank has gone from like 100 health to like dead, kind of thing. All of that right now is pushing our healers. It's just pushing everything in a different direction than ultimately where we want to go. And so we're going to be improving a lot of the flow and the pace of like outgoing damage, and just recalibrating, like, there's more knobs to make it a challenging game than just insane bursts, which does tend to benefit multiple healers. But it is a game that does, we want CC to matter. We want CC to be a legitimate and important. We got an ad behind us. It's a blood mage as well. Let's do blood mage first. Let's get this thing dead. Got bleeder on me. Last stand, last stand, last stand. I need to get that hotkey badly. Yeah, this is where warriors, I feel like they struggle so much. Drain blood, interrupted. Try to keep the bleeder on me. It had to be a blood mage. Nope. Cannot. Okay. Good job. We don't have another one on us, do we? Okay. We've been talking a lot about the traits, and gosh, I mean, there's just, guys, there's so many things to talk about in terms of like, there's just so many things coming in this spring update. Things like just how nameplates are, and the ability to just how we're improving readability of what's going on an NPC. So being able to see the trait more clearly is man, I'm so tired of like looking at just tiny microscopic bits of information in the midst. I mean, it's going to be a lot easier when the pacing of things is kind of settled down a little bit, but so this is armored. Okay. Yeah. Generally cleaning things up is going to go a long way. Having clearer nameplates, having larger, like kind of fatter health bars, more prominent health bars, be able to see health at a glance a lot more clearly. Being able to turn off nameplates, being able to reduce visual noise. I feel like that's like all I'm talking about lately. No, you don't. No, you don't. I'm not, yeah, see, I don't want to use expose either. I know expose is a huge chunk of threat, but like, I don't want to get dependent on that. Yes, we are increasing warrior damage mitigation. Yes. Physical damage. Sorry for just letting it wail on you like that. Oh, look at Jakacker. He's having some fun. Okay. It's nice to see him having fun, you know, every once in a while. Sorry, I broke that. I broke it again. Good grief. Sorry, guys. I think I broke it like 4 or 5 times. Good. Versago, I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that you're looking forward to it. I am bursting. I cannot wait. Just gonna vacuum up here. Is the bard the last class there are plans to add, or are there others, but just not a partier until later? It's the last of the definite 1.0 classes. Which is to say nothing about, you know, potential classes in the future, new classes. which speaks to your question, Gorfang. The closest you're going to be able to get to that right now is going to be either through a warrior or a dire lord focused on two-handed weaponry, which will, you know, I mean, with high player skill, the right gear, and the right build, could be pretty decent DPS in a group. It's not gonna, you know, out DPS a ranger, monk, rogue, you know, wizard, summoner, like the dedicated true DPS classes, but it'll definitely be enough to, I think, be on the low end of respectable in a group. All right, we got two. Okay. I'm gonna try to pull it over here. I think a berserker class would be really cool. And I think when I think of the, you know, the top 3 post-launch classes, that one's like definitely in the top 3. Congrats. No, Bard doesn't count. Bard's not in the post-launch class. Bard is a launch class. Yeah, I know. What are the true DPS classes? Rogue, wizard, summoner, ranger, monk. Chain helm. I am so ready to replace this helmet, but like, Stam and Con is nice. I am so ready for a new helmet. How much room between them and the hybrid DPS classes? The Bard class is already largely designed in terms of its shape. It's kind of its general shape and feel. So it's the thing about the Bard is the thing about the Bard is that it incorporates a lot of I mean, it's kind of ambitious what we're trying to do with the music aspect of it and the instrument aspect, and it's just, you know, I would like for Pantheon to have the title of being like the best MMO Bard. That's my goal. It's an amazing class. It's such a unique, awesome class, and I want to have that title, you know. So we're putting a lot of thought into the musicality, the instruments, and you know, actually marrying that with audio. And so, and I mean, there, you know, it's not, like I've said before, I want some flexibility between like EQ twisting and what Vanguard introduced with their compositions, and kind of an evolution of the slash melody type thing. So we'll unpack it all when we get there. Not that far. Not that far. Not as far as like having to, you know, plug in a Guitar Hero controller. Hey guys, I'm bringing an ad. Two ads. Hopefully this is fine. Oh, the audio synchronization is so key. So key. All right. Here we go. Yeah, he's concentrating all right. Ugh. Oh yeah, these boots. Were they gonna? Stamina Constitution? Agility Constitution. We're gonna go with those. I love this dungeon. I can't wait for us to do a pass on actually getting this like the set dressing kind of worked out for it, because I mean it's just so cool. I really like it a lot. Make your own songs, kind of. Not like note for note kind of thing, but more like think about putting, like building parts of the song. So like think intro, verse, chorus, you know, that kind of thing. Parkour. The Ashes Bard is really fun to play. Please don't just remake the Bard from EQ. No, it won't be just a remake of the EQ Bard, but the EQ Bard was also special. I mean, it had a lot of things that were really special about it. So it's like most things, it's about capturing the magic, but evolving. Any chance we can get a hotbar scroll system to switch build? To switch build outs of action techniques, at least outside of combat, quickly change style depending on group makeup. Signs point to yes. We're actually discussing hotbar swaps a couple days ago, because it was part of what we were working through on the summoner. Because one of the pain points for summoner play is, if you switch pets and your pets have different abilities, and the summoner is going to be a lot of the pet abilities. I mean, again, think kind of in that puppet master vibe, a little bit of that puppet master vibe for the summoner with their pets. A lot of your pets' abilities are going to be on your bar, and you're going to be, controlling the pet from your bar. And when you have your bar laid out for like your earth pet or your fire pet or your wind pet, and then you decide to, go from a wind pet to a fury, or you've got the fury and the undying and you want to go to Zephyr and undying. Being able to save loadouts based on the pet that you have, and then switch between those when you summon a new pet, is going to be important to just summoner quality of life in general. And if we're setting that functionality up with the summoner, it's a good time for us to look through that functionality more broadly for the other classes, and then start kind of like nailing down the parameters and the constraints and how that's all going to work. So yeah, and that doesn't preclude, or I should say that doesn't also take the place of also going through and things like a search function and filter function in the spell book, and a better spellbook layout and all that stuff that we need to. But so yeah, definitely something we are looking at actively. We'll have more info on. Can move up a bit. All right. Well. I like how I've been using my banner this whole time. It's good. Levic class have exactly 3 trees for mastery. Would be cool if some classes had 2 or some classes had 5, offering significantly more build options. Every class will have 2 mastery arrays with 3 branches in each. Whoop. Whew. Using the warrior as an example, so yeah, because we can kind of piggyback off of what we've talked about so far. Like, the warrior is going to have a bastion, the bastion, the warlord, and the commander tree in one array. The kind of the play style thematic array for the warrior. Do you want to be a bastion warrior where you're like, you know, focused on shield and like super tank? Do you want to be the warlord warrior, focus more on two-handed combat, dual wield combat, and more offensively focused? Do you want to be the commander warrior that's more focused on like battlefield control, mobility, kind of versatility, things like that? And then those 3 branches, you know, you can spend points in all of them, but ultimately you'll need to decide if you want to specialize in one of them or if you want to just be more general with it. But then you have a whole other array devoted to, for the warrior specifically, to banners, shouts, and then formations. And you know, obviously the plan is to continue to build out the arsenal that warriors have, what banners they have, the different shouts that they have, different formations, and you know, you can expect an increase in those abilities in the overall selection that warriors have. But you'll be able to kind of in that tools array focus more heavily on specific aspects of the class. Yeah, Lucifer, you will. That's exactly how it'll work. So if you're a Bastion warrior, like if you go all the way to specialize in Bastion, you could only spend points in the Bastion branch. Like that will be possible. But you could also go all the way to specialize in Bastion and then still have points able to be spent in some in the warlord tree, some in the commander tree. But you'll be limited, obviously, in how deep you can go in those trees, and then there'll also be certain kind of mutually exclusive options, where if I choose this in the Bastion tree, the equivalent unlock in the other 2 trees I wouldn't be able to do, in some cases. Hey, what's up, Juskar? Good to see you. Happy New Year to you, my friend. Hope it has been good. There are definitely some similarities, yeah, to speccing in WoW, but it's not role defining. You're not going to, you know, you'll have certain cases like with the warrior where you could potentially lean into more of a DPS focus by going, you know, all warlord tree, focusing on all offensive banners and shouts and things like that, and just like squeezing out every ounce of like offensive focus you can, or you're capable of, you can do that, but you're not going to like you're not going to, for example, have a paladin mastery that makes you basically like a viable substitutionary true DPS class or a viable healer. Right. So we're retaining the original kind of vision behind mastery, which was like, you know, the original idea was eventually you'd be able to unlock everything, and it was kind of unlocking the true potential of your class. We're keeping that kind of true north, but now we're, instead of like you're unlocking your true potential by unlocking literally everything there is, it's more like you do have to decide within your role and framework as a warrior what are you really going to lean into. Has there been any word on the Bard class? Haven't heard anything in forever. Not yet. But you know, they're yeah, it's you know. I'm usually decent at like thinking on my feet. Sometimes with this stuff, I really don't know the best thing to say, because like I'm charting it out in my head. Like if I say this, then that, and if I say this, then that, and then they're gonna think this. But if I say this, then they're gonna think that, and then so no, there's no info, no new info on the Bard yet. Yeah, Baron Bane, awesome. It's what else could I say? It's definitely probably, I don't know how many things are more like exciting and interesting to the broad kind of player base, people that are acutely aware, tangentially aware, you know, whatever, of Pantheon. It will be a Glorf. It'll be a hugely significant news item. It's something that we're very like cognizant of that and excited to talk about it as soon as we can. And so yeah, hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. That is not what I'm saying, Finn. I know when Bard is, you know, I know. Yeah, it's just a matter of when we're ready to let everyone else know. Yeah, Joskar, that's right. That's right. So, like, the way I kind of envision it is exactly that, where you're not going to be taking a fundamental tank and then through mastery making it a healer or making it like, you know, a top parsing DPS class. What you are going to be able to do is take a tank like the warrior and through mastery create more of a, you know, maybe a more adept solo class. Certainly a class that could flex into some decent and respectable DPS in a group. If you're grouping more casually, having a build to really, you know, like I said, like if I got a Blade of Carnage and I had the Scorched Partisan, the Blade of Carnage, it'd be really cool to be able to explore a mastery build that's more like dual wield offensive warrior oriented, where I still have some tanking ability. I'm always a warrior, but I don't have a shield, and so maybe through the warlord tree I'm gaining some, you know, different ways or some tweaked ways of, you know, maybe relying on parry more instead of a shield. Won't be as effective as a shield, but it'll still allow me to do some tanking while being much more oriented around offense. And, you know, in the same way, like you could have a paladin that really accentuates like their healing abilities and their you know, more cleric side. And they could be, you know, certainly an even more potent off healer or supplementary healer. But it would be at the sacrifice of other things off of their main class. So again, I guess the way to think about it is it's like, how much do you want to sacrifice of your main role to use mastery to focus on a flex role and bring that to a higher level versus the WoW approach of like just, you know, depending on the tree, it's like fully transforming you into a different role. Yes, Gyatch. And that's the thing too, like I want to make sure when Bard does release, like I said, I want to win the award for best MMO Bard. You know? And so yeah, I want to make sure that it's got time to cook, that we're able to do some of the really cool stuff we want to do with the audio and the instruments and the flow. So that'll be worth the wait. And then, you know, in the meantime, we're working hard to bring our other classes up to snuff as well. I mean, I think we have really, really strong class design. I think we have really fun classes. Like I've been really pleased, you know, playing all these different classes that I've been able to play so far, like how much I'm enjoying each of them and the degree of uniqueness that I feel with them, and just want to push that even further. Got another ad? We do. Okay. Palabrowns, it'll be, depends on how convenient changing between these things will be. If not at all, then I would be unlikely to go for a hybrid approach at all. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that we'll continue to tweak, you know, throughout early access. Like how mastery respecs are handled, like how easy they are to do, how often you can do them, you know, what they cost, what are the constraints, things like that. I don't want to get to the point where we're doing like dual specking with WoW, where you literally like out in the field can just hit a button and your whole mastery build changes. I want it to be weightier than that, but I don't want it to be so weighty that it's like I feel just overwhelmed and paralyzed with decision making because I don't know what's best or what I'm gonna like. So there needs to be a good balance between experimenting, trying things out, but it's still having some weight, you know, some weightiness. And that could be as simple as like, you know, you need to return to a village or a city or somewhere where there's a specific class NPC that handles mastery respecs, and you pay some coin and respect the points, and maybe it costs more the more points you're refunding and respecting, it costs a little bit more. But I don't personally see it needing to go beyond that for it to have a little bit of weight. So Marks, the example I gave for the second array is the first array for Warrior, Bastion, Warlord, Commander. The second array for Warrior will be banners, shouts, and formations. We did talk about the skill sphere approach right in the crit. We did talk about that. We actually went pretty far down that track initially in thinking about it, but yeah, we ultimately decided against it. I think it'll benefit from being a little bit simpler than that. That's a good question, Juskar. Do we see people wanting to spec a different way? Agility decks? I think that's what I've got, yeah. For a raid versus a 6-man. Potentially? Potentially? If we do it well, then there will probably be on the surface what seems to be builds, mastery builds that are better. Oh, let's move up to Wyken. Sorry. Let's move up to Wyken and just keep an eye on stuff down here. Let's see if we can get a Wyken spawn. That'd be cool. If we do it right, I think on the surface there will probably be builds that seem better suited for, you know, normal group play, builds that seem better suited for raid, and maybe are in some cases. Maybe they are what they seem, but then there will be, like, over time, I think, builds that on the surface don't necessarily seem like they would be super great for this context or this scenario that end up actually being really good, you know, because players figure it out. That's a cool example that Fusto's given before, where, like, he's used that example from WoW before, where he did all of his raiding, but also his instance tanking and his PvP in a prot warrior build. And was like, you know, a Giga Chad, when it was very unpopular, you know, to do that. When it seemed like prot was not, you know, good for those things. So I think, again, they'll be like in kind of on the nose, like, you want to raid tank, you need to go full bastion, this, that, and the other. But then I think over time players will be like, actually. That's what I hope anyway. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Me too, right? Me too. Yeah, let's move up to Wyken. It'd be cool to get a well, I remember how to get up. Or I know how to get up, anyway. Hold on, let me, after this fight, let me kind of get my bearings here. So, I think we want to go this way. But at the same time, hold on. Let me get aggro real quick. Yeah, Siege, we have wipe coming in the spring. And a whole heck of a lot of updates coming along with it. So if you haven't been following, you can go to the website or Discord or whatever. We did like 9 dev blogs throughout December on all of the updates that are coming with that wipe. So be a good thing to check out if you haven't yet. Yeah, Jawscar for sure, for sure. For sure. The different like raid fights, the design of the raid fights and whatnot could definitely push. It's like, I guess what I would say to that also is I don't necessarily want it to be super granular either. Like I don't want it to be the kind of thing where there's like this one particular node in the mastery branch or whatever that like for this fight you really need this node, but outside of this one fight, you know, it's okay to kind of bypass it. Like I hope that it's more along the lines of like, if you're going to raid tank, there's wiggle room, but you know that you at least are going to want to go like a bastion focus if you're wanting to raid tank. If you are, and I mean like, yeah, because the commander branch is also, I mean, the commander branch can have some really good stuff in it too. That, you know, will come down to like how much but that's the important point though, is it's like, it's not, I don't know that I would say that I would want like a commander warrior to not be able to raid tank either. I mean I'm okay with like a warlord specialized warrior to, they're not gonna be able to do it. They've sacrificed too much to be able to do it. But where I could see that playing out, because a lot of the warrior mobility is going to be in the commander tree or branch, and so, you know, how much mobility is enough? How much do you want? And I could definitely see certain fights being more taxing or benefiting from having higher mobility. So yeah, it'll just be interesting to see. It'll be really interesting to see, because you have to factor in other player synergies too, like the ability to pull other players. So maybe you have a warrior that's bypassed certain things where they don't have as much of their own mobility, but you can potentially maneuver them around in a raid setting. All kinds of cool things that you guys will be able to figure out. What's up, quick save? Yeah, they will. Will items be affected directly or indirectly by nodes? In the sense, yes, in the sense that there will be certain, you know, bonuses and things that will improve or could improve, you know, certain weapon types, certain techniques, things like that. Yeah. Some classes seem difficult to have 6 trees. Some of them were more challenging than others, yeah, but we do have kind of the framework in place now for all of them. Congrats, whoever dinged. Could we see some of the mastery trees? Yes, soon. I would really like to get that info out to you guys soon. Now that we're coming back from Christmas and New Year's and all this stuff, I'm gonna be pushing on that a little bit to see how soon we can get those out. Will you be able to respec? Kind of weird, but seems it would mean more if it was stuck. It would definitely mean more. It would definitely be more like heavy weighty, but there's just way too many options. There's way too many like ways to do it that I think it just necessitates to some degree an ability to experiment a little bit. Yeah. Whoop. Oh, 2 blood mages. Good. Good. I need to lock in on this fight for a sec. My interrupt's down. All right, let's roll. Let's roll. Yep. We can go right up these steps. Yep. There'll be some more patches on the prod servers, yeah, before the spring. What kind of mastery trees are you looking to do for the casters? Well, the casters are interesting because they are a little bit different, and it'll make more sense, I think, as you guys, like when we do talk about them skilled, like the mastery arrays and the mastery branches for the other classes. It's going to be important when we do talk about that to kind of talk a little bit more about. We're not supposed to climb the side like this. We're supposed to go this way. But so let's try to do it. Let's try to do it this way. to talk about the role that skill is going to play in Mastery. Oh, my sweet Christmas. Yeah, make sure we... It's okay to kind of get out of line of sight here a little bit. This guy's like super sus. All right, probably need to. Can't tell if he's like. Yeah, I think he's kind of okay. Yep, we got 2 more. Great. 2 more. Thankfully, they're not blood mages. Woo! Thankfully, they weren't blood mages, but they were bleeders, so. Yeah. Yo. You guys got it. You guys got it. Soaring dragon. Soaring dragon. Joppa, they know that you re-emphasize that you don't intend Pantheon to be quest-driven like WoW or even Vanguard. How does that align with the tenet of content is king? What content will it focus on other than grinding? Also, BMR Paladin, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Big a time. How does that align with content is king? Okay. Okay. Well. I'm taking a second to think about this because this is one of those questions that, I mean, it's a really important question. Anytime you poke one of the tenants, you know, it's an important question. Hey, thank you so much, BMR. I appreciate that. Thanks for your message. I'm trying to think of how I want to kind of like dovetail it to ooh. I'm gonna go ahead and take those. If anybody needs shoulders with dex and int, let me know. Warrior, rogue, paladin, dire lord, ranger, bard usable. Otherwise, it's well, they are brown. That's good. I'm trying to think of how to dovetail it into what we were talking about on the last stream, where if you look at something like World of Warcraft with massive, you know, lore and tons of quests, and I mean, everywhere you look, there's quests, and I don't want to speak for everybody else. I don't want to speak for anybody but myself, but there was a very different feeling I got from playing WoW, and I really enjoyed WoW a lot. But I wasn't really I wasn't really like engaged or immersed in the world when I played World of Warcraft. And honestly, that fact from World of Warcraft, I felt the same way in Guild Wars 2. Those are really the kind of things that initially led to the idea of the perception system, which is just like there's so many cool things in these worlds, but I'm so conditioned to need something to tell me that they're important or interesting and how they're interesting to really engage with them. Whereas in EQ, like, I guess what I'm saying is it comes down to what you mean by content, and it comes down to, like, you know, take Nightwolf Null for example. What content is there Sorry guys, I'm trying to make sure I get my initial lockdown here in place. I feel like my talking is always much more disjointed when tanking is involved. What content is there here? Like, how is this content? Content to me is it's kind of got a couple of different like facets to it. So there's content in the sense of being initially content when I've not been here before. That's a kind of content. Because I am experiencing something for the first time. It's initially content when I have a quest for it. When I am told to come here, whether I've been here before or not. So there's that part. Check mark. I've been here now. So my first time coming here is now done. Then there's I have a quest for this. So I am sent here to do a certain thing. That is content. But that also goes under kind of the initial content bucket, because once it's done, it's done. So then the real question in my mind becomes, what is content after those initial beats? Because you can fill a game with quests, and arguably if you do that, you create a player base that's dependent on quests to feel like they're experiencing content. My desire is to, through things like perception, through things like events, things like, how is a place different during the day versus during nighttime, Metroidvania style implementations of like, what can I do my first time I come here, and then what am I incentivized to maybe return and do later when I have this thing or that item or whatever. I don't think that you need a lot of quests to make a content heavy game. That's the bottom line. But I do think that you need enough post-initial content experiences to keep an area fresh. And at the end of the day, I think the most important thing is having enough world so that there are just plenty of places to go. And have those initial experiences. Plenty of classes to do it with. plenty of like subsurface reasons to be somewhere and do something, whether it's improving your skills and doing it in a new area, whether it's, you know, item seeking, things like faction, you know, going certain places specifically to get a kind of faction that you can only get there. That's going to unlock new initial experiences for you. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people asking that question right now. Like, the state that MMOs are in, and, you know, some of the MMOs that people are watching in development, and I think everyone's kind of asking that, like, what do I even want out of an MMO? You know? Why am I playing these games? What do I want? I've been asking that question lately. As Pantheon's been, like, I've been just enjoying it more. Like, why am I enjoying it so much? Why do I find myself wanting to log in and keep playing? It's a blood mage. Sorry, I'm locking in. One of the things, sorry, totally off topic. One of the things that I do really enjoy about the Warrior is I feel like the Warrior has the right balance of things compared to the Paladin, at least right now, that are off global cooldown that feel really good, like in combat, that don't feel as like disruptive to the flow. Which just further reinforces what I was feeling last night. Blood mage. Dude, I did not intend to make these guys so devastating. But I'm glad I did. I mean, it's a good question, like, other than grinding. But again, that, you know, you have to consider what, you know, this is, I mean, this, I love talking about this kind of stuff. You guys are treading into dangerous territory because it's later than normal. I'm a little bit sleepy. You know, the only thing really holding me back is having to, like, stay locked into tanking. That's keeping me from, like, fully indulging in these conversations. But this is the kind of stuff I love thinking about and talking about, because people take for granted how easy it is to create these games, because you're constantly traveling these hypothetical paths and outcomes in your heart and in your mind to find the destination. And it's these are important things to consider. So I need to get my thoughts together a little bit here, especially without symbols. Look at me. I picked the right one, guys. Picked the right one. And I mean that sarcastically. I picked the wrong one. Because what is grinding, right? What's grinding? You can grind on mobs, like we're doing here. You can also grind faction. You can grind quests. You can grind money. Look at that, the rare banner sighting. Actually dropped one. You can grind skill. Well, I'm not being playful here. So stick with me. Yes, a lot of those things do involve mob killing, but with quests in view, quests don't have to involve killing mobs at all. In fact, quests can be so many different things. And so when you talk about grinding quests, you're talking more about your approach to and the consumption of quests. And if quests are a leveling mechanic, like a heavy or especially a primary leveling mechanic, then you are going to heavily grind quests of all different kinds. Exploration quests, kill quests, retrieval quests, go here, talk to this person quests. All different kinds and forms of quests. Some that involve mob killing, some that don't. And I largely have WoW in mind, so I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, it's also like, on some level, when we talk about not grinding, which is, I think, just a mindset that MMO players have, like they just tend to grind. They tend to, like, you know, so things that would totally get us off of that track are going to be things that are like very disruptive to that line, and it takes me back to things like, again, dynamic events. So a traveling storyteller in the world. Let's start there, because that's something that we have plans for. You know, you can expect as we do draw near to when bards will release, and once bards are certainly more of a fixture in the game, like traveling troubadours and storytellers and things like that in the world. And that's an example of content that's not dungeon grinding, especially if there are, you know, interesting, like, you know, I think of like Ghost of Tsushima, for example, where, you know, piecing together like the right stories in the right places gives you, can initiate a quest, or I don't know, lead you to some treasure or something like that. Razor things up. Who said that? Is there another group here? Is that the Rhett? By the way? Cool, man. Good to see you. It's been a minute. That's awesome. Do we want to hit it? Hit blood thing, or I always forget his name. Razor claw fang blood mouth. Let's do it. It's good to see you, Rhett. Good to see you. Yeah, and there's definitely ways to make grinding more interesting and more rich, for sure. I mean, for example, I'm looking at this place right now, and I know the relationship that the Night Wolves have with King's Watch, and I know why that's significant because of the kind of Lycandrel, the kind of werewolves that Night Wolves are. So it's like, and we're having these conversations intensely right now. I mean, it's one of the things that we're most focused on is that big V word, that verisimilitude, that this world is believable, this world imprints itself, and how that's lacking right now. And I've even said, like, guys, like, as we go into these new areas, like, I don't want us to even think about quests until a tangible foundation of, like, world building is in place. And I've referenced Port of Verlun, for example, because with the Body of Dakara stuff, Port of Verlun's going to be an important piece of that, and restructuring and really building out the port is part of that process. And I want to go into the Port of Verlun. And okay, we got a blood mage. What are we doing? Okay. I want to know the people that live there. I want to feel like there's a sense that the people that live there have lives. They have likes and dislikes. They have goals. They have background, history. Some of them have beef with each other. I want to know that I want the factions that are introduced there to have depth. Feel like they matter. Feel like the denizens of the port are aware of the factions, either directly by name or indirectly because of what those factions represent. I want it to imprint on me like what the Port of Verlun is, so that once I've spent some time in there, even if I don't do a single quest, I leave the Port of Verlun knowing there's a place in the world like this, and it's the Port of Verlun, and that these are the people that live there, and this is what the Permaroy is, and what she's like, and the Silent Fisherman, and the Skiff Rats, and the Wyverns, and like all of these different things that I know. But you go from place to place to place in the game, and there's the inroads into that are not. They don't feel like all of this richness is actually there. So that's one level of, like, before we even talk about quests. And you go back to a place that, something like EQ, which is my true north for content. And the thing that kept me playing EQ wasn't even always just leveling. It was just being in the world. I just want to be in the world. I want to be logged in. That is a kind of content to me, a way of thinking about content. And that comes from, feeling like there's a world that you're getting to know and that you enjoy spending time in. And I never felt that with WoW. I really don't think I ever did. And WoW's one of my favorite games. Like, I don't like it more than EQ, but in the grand scheme of things, WoW was an amazing game. But I never really felt like that in WoW. Even for all of its lore and quests. Somehow, doing things in EverQuest, even when I wasn't, doing these massive grand things, I think that's the key, right? It's like, when you don't have a connection with the world on a local level, on a micro level, the things you do in the game just don't seem as significant, even if you're killing gods. what I think Pantheon is doing really well, and honestly, I think it's why we've been able to find kind of our footing, and I think have surprised a lot of people that have been able to play it, because what we do have, I think, is a really good combat system. I think we have a really good the character controller feels really good. The smoothness and the responsiveness and the interplay of combat. Now granted, I mean, don't get me started on all the issues with clarity and like all that crap, but I think we have that going for us really strongly. I think what we need and what really needs to be our focus in many ways right now is the immersiveness of the world. Pull the Reaver down. Okay. We got a blood mage behind us. Where's the other one? Okay. Oh yeah, no, I'm talking to you guys. I mean, I'm talking out loud, but I'm ultimately talking with you guys. Finn asked a very good question. You got a good conversation started. I feel that WoW was always far more immersive and engaging than EQ. Got an ad. Which one do you want to do? Let's do Blood Mage. I think I'm seeing a lot of people, you know, either whether it's in my daily kind of like my daily shower that I take in the unofficial Reddit, just to really like you know, confidence boost, kind of get the good feels flowing, or if it's stream comments or Discord, things like that. Goodness gracious. I'll see a lot of people saying, like, you know, very specifically, one of the things that's mentioned is when I did the stream building out the Orc Highway area in AVP and placing the huts and kind of the orcs and their, you know, getting all that stuff set up. It's like, just like do that more, do that more, do that more. And I don't disagree that we shouldn't do that more in some places. So I mean, you look at Silent Plains, for example. I think it's a great, you know, you've got Ash Breathers, you've got Wild Bloods, But other than that, there's not like really like a cool place, a fun place, an interesting place to go. You know, it's just the little elementals and stuff. And it's like Hirith Hill is a nice addition, but just having like camps scattered around and things like that, and we have that. There's wind nomads in Silent Plains that we haven't built out yet. They'll have quite a few of those camps. There's the Golden Fangs. So there definitely is stuff like that coming, but what I was going to say is, come spring, with the removal of chevrons, there's going to be a lot more places to go, things to do. I think that alone will make the world feel like it's got more, camps and, places to go and do things. It's going to be so good. So good. Move down? Okay. Wow. Let's say I logged in and I was tired of grinding Nightwolf Blood Reavers. What other things could I do to still progress my characters in some way? Wyken is up too. Goodness, we are... Strength, intellect. No. Strength, intellect gloves, or chain on this, in case anybody wants it. That's a good question, Joskar. So what would you do? So I'm going to paint a picture of like kind of future Pantheon, closer to 1.0 Pantheon, and where I would want that question to be answered. So one of the things coming in the spring, and then will continue to be kind of like built out and fleshed out further, is a sense of having a little bit more agency in how you're building out your character. Now that's going to come through mastery as a big part of it, but it's also going to be coming in a lot of the changes that we're making to itemization. What kind of items are available? Even down to what we talked about, where your uncommon items will even have wait, hold on. I just got nervous for a second. We got Wyken coming with ads. I almost... Whew. My muscle memory, I almost did my little like free camera dev tool there for a second. That's no good. All right, here we go. Hold that thought. What do you guys think? Think we're going to see Blade of Carnage here? That'd be pretty sick. Ooh, oh! Oh, Glorf. That I worked for a little bit on that ability, and that came out pretty smooth. That's cool. Even this guy should be saying stuff, like, you know, should be getting insight, should getting deets as we're killing him. Good job, well done. Warguard's chain gloves. Fang-lined cowl. Okay. Well, that's something. Let's see, what do we got on the cowl? Wizard, Druid, Enchanter, Shaman, Summoner, Necro, 2 Strength, 3 Agility, 2 Wisdom, 18 Mana. That's pretty sick, actually. Ooh, grats, Andrew. Nice. Sick. Dude, these blood mages are hilarious. All right, let's move down. So what would you be doing if you got tired of grinding these? Will, let's just go through the list. Because obviously it's going to depend on what your goal is. If your goal is to level up or progress your character in some way, meaning like, you know, you want to gain levels, you want better items, some kind of like vertical progression, but you're sick of grinding here. Oh, is there more stuff on the Wyken? There probably was. I didn't even think to check. I will definitely check. Because that might have been plate. What were those Warguard things? Was that not something? Remember, guys, I'm, you know. So, one man's trash is another man's treasure. So they say. Whew. Ouch. Man, but I mean, two. Ooh, okay, yeah. I think this might be wipe, and by might be this is a wipe. So, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Those blood mages don't mess around. There's another thing too that I'm hopeful for with, like, I don't know. I think respawn times are a little bit fast. It is difficult to, like, kind of set up a camp and move around, and I mean, you're just hit by repops so fast. Bound in EP. I don't even remember where I'm bound. I don't even remember. This is gonna be a fun little retrieval process here. Oh, okay, good. Bound in EP. I'm really wanting to engage more with the question here. that you asked, Joskar. So I want to do that. Let me, I need a bio break. I'm going to do that real quick. Hector, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Appreciate that. Grats Super Trash. Grats Super Trash. Thank you so much, Hector. Appreciate that big time. Let's do a quick bio. I'll be back in... I'm going to do a bio, and then I'm also going to check on my wife, make sure that things are good with her real quick. But I'll be back in just maybe like 5 minutes. Be right back. Okay, we're back. We are back. All right. All right, let me get a quick sense of what we're doing here. I start working for a replacement. Got to work in the morning. Totally understood. Totally understood. Super trash. Only a short while left as well. Okay. Cool, cool. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you guys, when you need to take off, please do. What level? I am almost 26. Very close. Very close. Stock core replacing you. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I think I've caught up on everything now. To expand, these are things like RP tools, housing, achievements, tavern games, perception keeper system, dynamic events, big long quest lines, not just boring bear pelt collection tasks, community-driven building projects, on and on. Yeah. So what of that list? Housing is definitely something that we are going to pursue. Achievements also, 100%. Perception. I think I've talked about the fact that we're going away from perception itself, like interacting with perception triggers and being able to see perception triggers and things like that, being only for keepers. That's going to be more kind of our overall way of like kind of back to what the original vision was when I ultimately wanted like an environmental storytelling approach game wide. That's where we're headed. And then there will be keeper specific things that we develop splintering off of that to kind of progress more deeply into that. But that's a definite. Big long quest lines, yes. Dynamic events, yes. With those being, you know, big and small, macro, micro, very subtle, very, you know, very opposite of that. Dynamic events can be so many different things, and we want them to be so many different things. So, yes, all that stuff. Yes. And even certain, like, community... I mean, once we start, you know, getting to the point where we're talking about high brace, and even I mentioned, like, I gave a few little clues earlier to... or in a recent stream about one of the places in Badia Dakara that we plan to have kind of like an auditorium of sorts and things where some cool like community events can be done and whatnot. Traveling storytellers, you know, tavern games, those types of things. Yes, I guess the reason I go where I go when these questions are answered or asked is because I don't know, there's something about like what Joskar asked that really resonates with me as a question, because I find myself asking that same question a lot. like, what do I do? You know? And so I think back to, like, you know, what did I do in EQ? And we're all different kinds of gamers. So we're all going to answer these questions a little bit differently. My job is to try and, like, synthesize the different types of gamers that are out there and understand my own palette, but then also, like, what resonates more broadly as well. Because I don't represent every gamer, and a lot of that's done by, you know, having a design team that I feel like is made up of people that represent different kinds of gamers. Like I was laughing with Mark with Vasoya like a couple days ago, because we are so different in a lot of ways, and like what we like, and you know, Mark is much more of that, like, you know, he loves the hardcore, you know, 0.1%, like, raid, you know, the kind of guy that ran with the kind of guys that were doing things on servers at points in the life of a game that nobody understood or knew how to do yet. Like, he was just kind of at that bleeding edge. I'm not like that, but it's so good that he is, because when we talk and we discuss things, there's those good sparks of, like, you know, getting to a good place that takes both things into account. And that's just one example. I mean, there are other people on the team that represent other sides of the coin. What I represent is, you know, my Bartle test or whatever, I don't even remember what my Bartle test is, but I'm not even reading these messages. I'm definitely an explorer. I also love progression. There's my horse way out there. And so when I think of what do I want to do in a game, if I get bored grinding, one of my dreams with Pantheon is that there would be enough in just exploring the world that would feel engaging and often rewarding. Whether that was, and a lot of that being tied to different kinds of progression. So eventually I would want, like, if I'm bored grinding, then let's say, okay, I'm gonna go fill out the rest of my map in Eastern Plains. I haven't been everywhere yet, so I'm just gonna go ride or climb and see what I find. And then, you know, having things in place to make that potentially a rewarding experience. On me. Super Trash, awesome job. Thank you so much. Great heals. I know I didn't make it easy most of the time either, so really appreciate that. We will definitely be grouping again. Very cool. Level 30 enchanter. Yeah, grats. Who else is leaving? Zalcor's on the way. Mirden, you said you were needing to leave soon, right? We got like an hour. Okay. Okay, battalion. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna end up needing some healage. Well, Zalcor's the healer, so never mind. I think we're good for now. Do we want to head back? Let's head back. Just make sure you bind. Uh-oh. We trying to tame the goat? What does it mean to me that's exploring? Well, I mean, okay. One of the things that EQ did really well, that I've always admired, is the way that they could make... They made things, and I think this is really like a mud... It's a mud characteristic, I think. They made you feel like anything could be meaningful. It made you feel like... and this is why I would hold EverQuest and WoW up next to each other and say, maybe I just didn't buy into WoW's form of immersion. Because I'm not denying that there wasn't a ton of immersiveness and info and context and all that to do so. But, you know, I still think about things like those weird Egyptian named scarabs in Wraith Mountains, or the giant hands like jutting up out of the ground, or the little ruins in North Row, the Spectre Towers, and like... And... It did a good job of making what I feel like used to be so magical about the idea of something like D&D and Mirden, I'm sorry, man. Thank you as well for the group. Awesome job healing. Well done. Well done. Keeping me alive, because that is no easy task, for sure. I don't know, it harkened back to those days of like dungeon masters and D&D campaigns where it's like things just I don't know. So when I think of exploration, I want there to be plenty of things to find that don't necessarily have to have like an instruction manual with it of like, this is why this place is here and it's connected to this thing, and you know, go and talk to this person and like yada yada. Like, it's just there. And like this village here, like, what is this place, right? Speaking as a player, I know what this place is. You guys don't, and I think that's okay. Like, I think that's okay. But finding things like that is part of exploration to me. It doesn't have to be connected to a system on the other side of it to, for me, be part of what makes the world engaging. And part of, again, it ties back into like what makes me want to stay logged in and just be in a world is that. So that's one layer. And I understand I might be aggrandizing that quite a bit. It's important to me, but I get where it's not, you know, it's definitely not the whole pie. Who's fighting what where? Guys, I feel like I'm dangerously, like, not paying attention right now. I want to get somebody hurt. Where is Alcor? There's Alinar, Glorf. Where is Alcor? Wait, is Alcor headed to King's Watch? Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. Well, Finn, it's both. It's both. So, again, going back to like the original idea of the perception system, did have to do with me sitting there and thinking like, as all these things that I loved about EQ, how awesome would it have been had there been a way to actually like to kind of find out about it, to maybe gain some insight into it. And so that's where you know, one of the big tasks ahead of us is like layering that piece in. So this village here, the EQ form of this would just be that it's just there, it exists. The WoW approach would be you go to King's Watch and you gather up a bunch of quests, and then you go out into Eastern Plains, and some of them send you to this little village, some of them send you to Nightwolf Knoll, some of them send you to the various Rulu villages, and you just kind of like work through this like list of things that you do in the zone. What I want Pantheon's approach to be is EQ with this new kind of dungeon master layered in, where I find something interesting, it's prompting me with information, giving me some insights as I poke around, and then maybe I find something that gives me some of that insight. Maybe there's a quest that starts, you know, by something that's I find on the ground or something that drops off one of the wolves, but it's not a prescriptive exploration, like go here, this place exists, go here and do this to find out more. It's more like go, like just go, and as you go, you'll find things. You'll discover things. You'll get caught up in something. And then, again, ideally, the way that all this is curated is you have Nightwolf Knoll feeding into that some by, you know, the things that the Wyken says when you're fighting him, or other little bits of information you can find in there. It's in a way, there's kind of like an Elden Ring-y type feel, or just a Dark Souls in general type feel, where, again, it's not prescriptive. That's how I want exploration to be. And it's one of the reasons why you don't see a whole lot of like quest density, because you don't, I don't want things to feel prescriptive. We can start layering in some of what I'm describing on top of that. I do want there to be reward, like, as well. Like, but I want to be careful not to create that like golden egg syndrome, where if there's too much reward, then, you know, again, like if you go egg hunting and there's, you know, 1,000 normal eggs and 10 golden eggs, what are you really looking for, you know? I don't know. Let's go, guys, let's make our way maybe to this little entrance up here and start fighting our way back in. Malkel. Hey, thank you for the raid, Malkel. Good to see you, man. Hope the stream was good. And ultimately, that's why the changes to like the unified NPCs are so important, because like the key is, you know, having some agency when you do find some of these places to actually engage with them and not always hit like a hard wall. Joppa. When do I get to see your monk gameplay? That's a good question. That is a good question. I need to play ranger and monk both. Yeah. Need more time in the day. Are we wanting to... We're trying to mez this? Come on, Taunt. Need you. Let's take down the soothsayer. That's probably my fault, sorry. Dude, these blood mages, man. They're strong. They're strong. Okay. Let me, I'm going to get on interrupt duty here, so... Except it's concentrating. Great. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, good. Wow. Yo, what's up, Natsuna? Good to see you. Good to see you as well. So yeah, I mean, that's a little bit about exploration in a nutshell, and why, I guess, you know, trying to kind of tie it back to that EQ there is the true north, but again, also thinking in terms of an evolution of that. And it is ambitious, and that's why ultimately I think the right call is waiting on developing out more of the keeper system itself until that foundational layer is in place. Because I would rather launch 1.0 with a very rich, explorable, deep world, and then, you know, introduce some of these keeper related systems to go even further and deeper with those things than try and scrape too little butter over too much bread. The dynamic elements, the role playing, the community events, the you know, I'm excited when we can talk about it. We've got some ideas for some of that stuff, especially like community related, that I think will probably surprise some people, that we've really put the thought into that we have. Just one of those things I don't really want to like open that can yet. Because inevitably you're gonna get like, what are you doing thinking about that when you've got, you know, all this other stuff to do? What are you, you know? And it's definitely in that voice. Always. Quick save. This, I'm about to hit 26. Warrior's my favorite so far. Well, Warrior is my favorite tank grouping. I would say I enjoyed the Paladin solo more than the Warrior. But as far as like in a group, I definitely am enjoying the Warrior more. But I think it's coming down to just a tad bit too much busyness with the Paladin, and also there are a couple of abilities that if they were off the global cooldown and were instant cast, I feel like would just make it so much nicer. Like if Righteous Flame was off global, if Wrathful Aegis was instant cast, I feel like I would enjoy it a lot more. And there's a little bit of some, like, Wrath is a little wonky sometimes, which makes it hard to kind of get into a flow state. Which is okay. I mean, it's like, the goal is not to make, like, tanking just super easy peasy. But, yeah, I definitely am enjoying the Field of Warrior a little bit more now. Not to read too much into that, are you implying that much of the more traditional content or content in general I mentioned would be more post-launch? No, not necessarily, no. No, I mean, for example, like, events, dynamic events, you know, having more robust of like a what's true in the day versus what's true at night, what's true when the weather's clear versus what's true when it's raining. You know, the chance for this thing to happen in the Mad Moors every so often, or for this place to open up when night falls, or for this place to only be open, you know, or these things to only be spawn, or this NPC to only travel through, you know, under these certain, like that kind of stuff. You know, expect that to continue more and more and more to be brought in. Things like, you know, traveling storytellers and events that are more dynamic in nature in terms of, you know, Black Rose Keep is a big deal, right? Black Rose Keep is a big deal. It should be very present and pervasive in the minds of Throne Fastians, the denizens of Avelia, of Demeth. Like, they should know the story of the, you know, the fallen golden boy of Throne Fast. They should be well acquainted with, you know, the movements of the Black Rose, and some more lighthearted, some more serious and violent, and it should be a topic of conversation. And there's ripe opportunity with that in mind for certain events and certain dynamic things to happen when so-and-so is visiting, or on a day of remembrance for, you know, when this happened, or there's things like that is, you know, part of what should be expected in the experience when we think of like the 1.0 game. Things like tavern games, things like that's maybe something that might not be, I could see that not being a part of the 1.0 experience. But things like bounty boards and task boards and stuff that change, you know, from place to place, absolutely is something that we want to do. Getting some quests in, like we talked on last stream about, like some quests that new characters can do to get them some armor, you know, and some things that they look forward to, that give them that early sense of like a little bit of power progression and something that they can work towards and be excited about, that has a, you know, a reasonable look to it, that, you know, it's still rags to riches, but like gives you that little bit of a starting push, you know, that kind of stuff. Absolutely should expect. Mastery, meaningful skills that, you know, matters, like what you put your time into to really skill up and have a meaningful effect on your character. Like, I'm getting tired of grinding these, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go actually work on my my great hammer skill. And I know as I work on my great hammer skill, there are going to be quests that I gain access to along the way to unlock, you know, some of the great hammer techniques that I've been wanting to try out. You know, that's something that someone could say, kind of feel like doing that. Or I want to go fishing, or I want to go work on swimming and see if I can get lucky and find something crazy, you know, under the water that is really valuable or really interesting. I want to go tame, you know, work on like taming creatures and see, you know, what kind of things are available in this zone to tame once we move beyond just horses, things like that. What are you talking about? Sorry, I kept going for a while there. Then when you say what being lost on gamers? The more lore-based, field-driven, intangible part of the content and exploration you were talking about. Yeah, I think it would be lost on some, because you're absolutely. I mean, the way people play these games has changed a lot. Again, going back to like what I was talking about with Mark with Fusoya earlier, like, you know, Mark's the kind of guy that's gonna like turn all the graphics to low, just to you know, make sure there's no, minimize like the potential for frame drop. He's gonna mute everything. There's just very little interest in those kinds of things, and that's an extreme example, but there are a lot of people out there that are very much like that, and some of our, you know, top players and guilds, I mean, that's exactly how they play the game. Like, they just don't care about that stuff. They want to be the best. They want to be the best at their class. They want to be the best at, you know, handling content. They want to be the first, you know, and that's totally legitimate and important, you know, part of the player base. And then there are other players who've just been super conditioned to be very, I mean, WoW has done its work, you know, to condition people to certain things. So yeah, I think it'll be lost on some people. But the hope, and this is where you always run into the issue, right? Of like, are you going to take the risk to emancipate yourself from WoW enough to try something actually different? And that's where indies can. And the hope is that it will pave the way to a better way, or at least a different way, a fresh way, a more classic way of seeing the environment, the world around you. And I also think it's important to stress, I'm not talking about like a wholesale departure, like a true wholesale departure from what players have become more accustomed to, because we can and do, we currently and continue to plan to have traditional quests, and we even want to make them a little more tantalizing and, you know, they should give more experience than they do and more coin than they do and things like that. So absolutely room for quests to feel worth doing and feel rewarding and all that stuff. It's more just kind of like bringing the other in as well. So yeah, like there probably, when you come to Eastern Plains and get into King's Watch for the first time, there will probably be some quests there that you can pick up, either from like a bounty board or, you know, a task board, things like that. And there could be, you know, a few quests, but those quests aren't necessarily going to be, they're not going to feel like WoW quests. Overall, you know. Those pesky night wolves have, you know, come by at night and steal all my moon lilies, and I need you to go and give me back my my moon lilies. Like, yeah. But on the contrary. Ooh. I've got those. Never mind. Contrary, below King's Watch, on the wall facing the Nightwolf Knoll, some of you explorers may have noticed what looks to be prisons or jail cells. In one of those such jail cells might be an ogre prisoner. How many of you would be able to understand the significance of an ogre prisoner in a jail out looking over onto Nightwolf Knoll? Any takers? How does the flow of the game feel with movement right now? I think it feels great. I think it's one of the strong suits for sure. Chronic, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate that, my friend. Ready for this spring update? Keep up the hard work, Joppa team. Right on. Anyway, I'm not gonna answer that for you guys because, you know, again, that's part of. But our job is to kind of tell that story, and the quests in a game like this are just not meant to be. I'm trying to think of the, I mean, this is such a difficult like thing to talk about because it's such a vast thing and there's so many entry points into the conversation. And it's interesting how it like there are so many inflection points with just a development process and an open development process at that also are relevant to the conversation because it's so easy for you guys to be aware of so much because, I mean, that's why we have marketing meetings and conversations about like, how do we actually announce this without saying everything, you know, so that there's still things that you guys find in the game. That's a cool monkey. Glorf, I'm sure you don't have anything better than that. We're trying to retain people to read. Bottom line, I don't remember doing all that many quests in EverQuest, but I do remember feeling connected to the people and the places that I spent time in. Yeah, I know, right? EverQuest. I didn't do many quests in EverQuest. There's this game, Always Questing, and I don't remember ever really doing any quests. But, you know. But yeah, Finn, ultimately, I mean, I think we're on the same page, like, just in general. Like, I think an amalgamation, a fusion of all of these things. Because, again, some of what WoW did was helpful. It was helpful to kind of, you know, we're talking about like class quests or, you know, players just having generally things to do. Having some prescriptive things to do is I would dare say good. I'm landing heavily on the other side of the conversation right now to emphasize the non-prescriptive side, but ultimately having a measure of prescriptive things is good. It's helpful. It's orienting. It's grounding. And then it's about, yes, building on top of that to where as you're moving around the world, as you're engaging in some of these prescriptive things, that there would be enough to find, to discover, to make you enjoy and look forward to going into new places as you kind of get introduced to this new lair. I think could be really cool. And I'm not against prescription because I'm even, you know, somewhat in favor. I mean, I don't think we're ever going to get to the point where we have exclamation points over NPCs' heads or anything, but because we do plan on having so many things that are found and discovered, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to help people find starting points a little more easily. Now, whether that's an exclamation point or if it's something like, you know, you're running through a village and, like I've said a million times, you know, an NPC like kind of beckons you over and, you know, something to kind of let you know, oh, this NPC has something to say or something to talk to me about or wants to whatever. I think that's fine because there's still so much opportunity for the non-GPS mini-map driven, like, okay, I do this next. So. And one of the things I've tried to harp on a lot with our kind of our current quest writing and just some of the content that's currently kind of in flight right now is really hammering home this idea that, like, let's really, I mean, this is going to sound kind of common sense, but it's well, I don't know. I don't even know how helpful it would be to go into this. Yeah, so I probably won't. But it's we're on a good track. Especially with like an updated like quest UI and some of the more mechanical sides of quests getting a nice update in summer. It's gonna feel, that side of it's gonna feel a whole heck of a lot better than it does now. That's for sure. And we've got great triggers for that. We've got, you know, emotes, we've got chat bubbles, we've got all kinds of ways for NPCs to do that. So just a matter of doing it, doing the work. No. I want to do my flying storm and it will not let me. Hey, Vin, take care, man. Thanks for the conversation. Great questions. I love thinking through things like that. It's really fun. It's really fun to think through that stuff and hear your guys' thoughts too. Joskar, I do too. I think that's going to be great. I think introducing bounty boards, hunt boards, things like that. Having it update and whatnot from time to time is gonna be really cool. Really cool. There's so many cool things you can do with that too, to kind of splinter off from that. More Najina lore. Druid 18 to 20 was painful. Why are clerics so clearly ahead on healing? I mean... Whoop. Oh, that's a different group. Okay. We're good. Wait. Wait. No, it's... Okay. Here we go. Almost pulled another owl in our cave there. Ooh. Okay. Do you like how we're giving you plenty of room to feign death, Glorf? I hope you appreciate how much room we're giving you. You could almost call it cushy. Overindulgent. I want Lil Faithful's helmet. I want a helmet like that. I am so tired. I mean, don't get me wrong. I really like this helmet, but like I like the look of this armor piece as a leather kind of tattered armor looking piece, but I'm so ready for a plate mail helmet. Look at this. Look at the leg stretching going on here. You see this? This is why halfling warriors are like peak. Okay? That kind of flexibility, it matters. You know? Really getting the in the lower body into things. Got an ad. Maybe we'll do some of that on a stream soon. What we were talking about earlier. Go in somewhere and kind of like set up some things to find, and you know how to kind of like impart some of that information and kind of talk through the process and the philosophy behind that in a new area. Give you guys some insight and maybe the opportunity to give some input. I think that'd be fun. Need to get into doing some streams like that again. Death to Gnomes. Yes, it is. It is past my bedtime. I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm tired. I'm feeling the sleepiness. I definitely wanted to get 26 because we're so close. But yeah, I might be, as our lead concept artist Jared Pullen would say, I'm starting to feel a little doughy. A little doughy. Thank you, thank you. Found you. Yeah, I mean, you guys know I can be long-winded as it is, so, but I find when I get tired, I have to be much more conscientious about how many words I'm using. Stay low. Hey, you're talking to a halfling here. We know how to stay low. My goodness. Do we know, there's another group here. Do we know if Razorfang is still up? Look at this, guys. See? Look at that. Look at that. You want to talk about like leverage? I mean, my goodness. I don't know why leverage is the word that came to mind, but it is. It is. Halfling Paladins win. You know, halflings are not, they're just not really suited, like, to be paladins. The rare occasion. It's a rare occasion where a paladin comes with the kind of conviction that it requires to be paladin. Well, the reason why there's halfling dire lords is because they don't have a say in the matter. Dire lords are, we got 3 here. Woo. The dire is not anything anyone can plan or foresee, and when it strikes in a kind of a forced compliance way. The classes that are not able to be dire lords are races that have a form of natural protection or interference from the dire. Where's the where are the mezzes coming from? Oh, is that battalion? Okay. Sounds like diarrhea. I mean, yes. It was themed around diarrhea. Yeah. Yeah. Did anybody totally total left turn here? Anybody watch Stranger Things finale last night? I'm not looking for anything other than yes or no. We will not. This will not be a source of spoilers. I'm just curious. Just curious. Play Pantheon. That's what I like to hear right there. Oh, cool. Okay. 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 Well, again, please, you know, no. Just the yes or no is fine. I was just curious because for as much as I've really enjoyed and loved that show, we don't talk about it on stream very much. And it seemed like when it came up last time, I don't know, it seemed like there weren't too many people, at least that responded, who were planning on watching it. So I was just curious. I've seen it too. I watched it last night, but it is a worthy series. You've been on the fence. Just saying. It's crazy that it's thinking about how long ago it started. Wow. Yeah, I was gonna say the D&D, it made me want to pull out my monster manual again and just kind of. It's been so long since I played D&D, but definitely hits in the feels. You move up, okay. Guys, I'm gonna say I feel like I've probably got a good 15 minutes left here of like. Functional cognizance. Whew. It's been a good day though. I'm glad we got to get a stream in. Really glad. It's been cool to be here. Really love this zone. Or this area. This place. This knoll. Malkiel, take care. We'll see you soon, man. Thanks again for the raid. How do you move the stamina bar on your nameplate? Oh yeah. So what you want to do. Oh. What you want to do is go to settings, general. And with show endurance bar, set it to never show. Because that's referring to the little reticle over next to your character. You want that to never show, and that'll move it back to the actual nameplate. Razorfang is still up. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's get it. I'm down. Sweet. Razorfang. Dingaroo. Razorfang. Whew. Okay, Razorfang. Dang. On me. Tell you what, guys, having not really played a tank much through the years, the many years, I could get used to like. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I don't know that it's going to like decrown my my healer, my love for being healers, but it's been really fun. I think I like having a really clear fundamental critical role, like tanking and healing. CC, I feel like I feel like I'm too I'm a little too ADD for CCing as a primary focus, because I like being able to really hone in on like something. Helps me. Halfling skin cloak. That's a pretty sick cloak. Grats. But hey, listen, we're gonna be back here tomorrow. I'm planning on streaming tomorrow, normal time. So I know I don't typically stream on Fridays, but you know, hey, it's a special week. So I'm planning on like logging out here, and it'd be cool if we see if we can get another group going here tomorrow. See what else we can get. What else we might find. What did we get it? What did I get it? 26, by the way. So, Banner Onslaught and Hammering Blow, and wait, I already have Hammering Blow. Right here. Or Banner Onslaught. Wait, no, I have Hammering Blow too, don't I? Yeah, I had already gotten it. It's sitting in my book. So it... What? Rank 2. Okay, so maybe I did already have it on there. It's weird. That was weird. Who won the cloak? Alana, no, Zalcor. Zalcor. I always think Falcor. And by always, I mean for the last like 30 minutes since you've been in the group, Zalcor. I have thought Falcor. Falcor. Ooh. 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 Hold on now. Strength con. I mean... it's plate. I need plate. I need more plate. Look at that. Look at that. That's right. That's right. Excuse... Hey. Yellow Tech. Excuse... Goodness. Wyken is up again too? Okay. Hey. You know? Let's... Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. That's kind of cool. I should be going with Onslaught Banner, huh? I mean, okay. I'm you know what? That's fine. That's fine. With as much as you have, tanked and DPS'd and healed and all that stuff. I do not have a problem with that. I mean, I'm fine if we all roll on it, honestly. Like, hey, you know what? Let's do it. Let's be crazy, guys. Let's go crazy. Let's go stupid. Let's all roll on the Brace of Claws if it drops. Wizards, monks, necro pets. We can even let Yelitic roll. You know, we can give the necro 2 rolls, one for the necro and one for Yelitic. You know. I mean, chat can roll, like, you know. Now, if the Blade of Carnage drops, you know, I might feel. I mean, it should probably bother me more if the Brace of Claw drops and I don't get it, but. You rolled an Infinity Burgermeister? Okay. Well. There's a whole lot we can do against that. This place definitely gives... It's got like an interesting... At moments, it's got an interesting like Sol B vibe. Oh well, Little Faithful was my buddy when I was playing a lot. Faithful's a good lad. And a great healer. We have been blessed with great healers tonight. Oh, sweet Christmas. What are we doing here? We good? We good? Let her cook. Blood Mage, just you and me. Here. Nope, I missed it. Fine. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Goodness. Woo! I'm reminded right now of the one time I can remember falling asleep on an EQ raid, a Plane of Fear raid. And thankfully it wasn't one of those like falling asleep and then staying asleep for like, you know, like the night. It was thankfully I think it was like an hour that I was asleep, or so. Just how funny that is, man. Because I think about like, how do you determine that someone has fallen asleep? Like, there's a process to it for sure. There's like, you know, hey, where's so and so, and anybody seen so and so, and then you just eventually catch a glimpse of them just standing off by themselves somewhere, you know, in the middle of living, breathing death everywhere, just standing there for an hour. It was easy, I feel like, on EQ raids too, because I mean they were always so massive. Most of them were so massive in terms of people, like how many people were there, and so it was just I don't know. It was just easy to kind of feel like you weren't like super engaged moment to moment sometimes. And with so many people there, it was easy to just kind of like get lost in the sauce. That's why Mountain Dew was invented. That's true. I mean, that's a very good point. It's a very good point. You spoke earlier about flattening out the spikiness of incoming damage. As a healer, I enjoy the unpredictability. Will we still get the oh crap pucker clinching factor still? Yes. Oh yeah, absolutely. When I talk about the flattening, I'm talking about like the, like, you know, a tank or another character like going from like full health to, you know, critical danger zone in the blink of an eye too often, too consistently throughout a fight. The pucker moments for healers, you want, I mean, there will still be, you know, things like tank busters and stuff that really hit your tanks hard that can be somewhat unpredictable and you have to watch for. But it's also like, you know, how many times have I been fighting in Halnir Cave and a stalker teleports behind, you know, a wizard or something and they're like dead, you know? You just, I mean, you just can't really react to that. And then the problem becomes, for healers, can become like, well, there's just never any chill. Ooh, that was scary. All right, let's move down. I almost fell there. Let's not die here. This is where we died last time. I'll try to get next. There we go. Whew. Whew. Okay. Yo, on me. What happened? It is, I mean, that was that this this little pad right here, this little rocky lily pad is something else. You got a blood mage on here. Hold on to your butts. Does anyone know, random question, but thinking back about the chessboard and EQ, does anybody know, was there ever any, like, explanation of what that was? Interesting. What's the weirdest place in EQ you guys remember? The place that just like gave you the most like pause, like that's weird. That's different. The hole? Water zones. Mez. It was a giant's checkerboard, then the dwarf sculpted chess pieces for it. Okay. Cool. Trying to think of what mine would be. The ocean zones in general were like weird. They had just like a weird vibe. In a good way. I think in a good way. It was a good way. It was just weird. Oh good, another blood mage. I was hoping. The north part of Necropolis. Guess they didn't just finish. They just didn't finish that part. Yeah. The hole, not to be confused with Mad Run. I'll need to look that one up, Crest. I'm not sure. I haven't heard about that one. This one might sound kind of silly, but for some reason, Queen Clicknack was always really weird to me. Dagnor's Cauldron, yes, that's a good answer too. That was a very weird place. Lake Rathtier, the same way, same vibe. Again, like ocean zone, water. They were all just weird. But why is Queen Clicknack hanging out behind a false wall in Kanos, you know? Like, what's that all about? What's going on there? Fiery area outside of Solby. Yeah, Dagnor's was really weird. I remember there were those like, wasn't there this like band of NPCs that were kind of like kind of a weird mismatch of NPCs, like they were like friendly faction with each other, and they would kind of walk around Dagnor's. Like that one side as you're running towards Unrest. That was kind of weird. And cool. I mean, weird and cool are kind of synonymous in this situation. These are the things that make you kind of like think and wonder. No, not recently, Virgo. Seble's not in our current, what we're currently working on. Ocean of Tears is one of my favorite zones. Love the boat. Stopping at all the docks made the world feel huge. It did. It definitely did. I agree. And there was something really interesting, very interesting, in fact, about what you had to do to get to some of those other places, like Gargoyle Island, which I spent a lot of time on. Farming Eyes. You know, you had to leave the boat and swim over there, and it was scary, and then you're like, you know, you're out there. You're just kind of out in the middle of nowhere. It was cool. It was good. It was a good vibe. Guard Nash. Oh yeah. Okay, let's see the names I can remember from Kanos Hill. So Guard Nash for sure. Tovax Famar, the Wandering Necro. Konam Matsi, the wasn't that like I think it was a monk out of that first guard tower on your right when you zone in. Hollywind Sargar, obviously. The Baobab Miller. The Millers. Here we go. Do we want to fight this up here? It's going to fear us. If it fears us, we're going to potentially run into all that other stuff. Got an ad. Oh no, he spawns these things. Then you've got Haddon, obviously. Scruffy, yes. Scruffy, yes. The cats beyond the geometry and befallen. Oh yeah, that was super weird. Silverfang trousers? Oh yeah. Dex, whiz, intelligence, sprinting speed. I mean, that's cool. Sprinting speed's cool, but I wouldn't wear those. I will be benevolent and will pass. Zalcor. Oh, Zalcor with the trousers. Very cool. Oh, ooh, the unprompted benevolence? The gesture of goodwill. Not my trousers, but thine. Zalcor says, not my trousers, but thine. Good form, good form, good form. Cool. This is fun, guys. This is fun. Level 26. We killed the Wyken twice. We killed Razorfang once. The Witch eluded us. All caster gear, which I'm not upset about, you know. It's fine. But, yeah. I would say the whistle hasn't quite been wetted yet in terms of, the things that can dropped here. That can dropped here. That can drop here. Got a Blade of Carnage from him a few nights ago. Well, I mean, that right there, that's all I need to hear to know we're coming back here again tomorrow. For real. So, yeah, There's not, I mean, not really a good place to, we're gonna just bind. If I want to log back in alive, I mean, I guess I do. Joppa, do you need Dorian's? You need to do Dorian's map fragment quest for your shield. Not sure what you have. I have nothing done for that. Not a thing. Andrew, I mean, before too long. I mean, at some point you will be able to glide off of this instead of slow fall. You will be able to glide. I mean, you can slow fall too, but yeah. What time Eastern? So Eastern time would be I'll be shooting for somewhere between 2 and 3 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. No, not 5 feathers. I'm talking glider. Yeah, aka normal time, yes. I do Mondays and Wednesdays weekly between 2 and 3 p.m. Eastern, 11 and 12 Pacific. But this week I'm going to be streaming on Friday as well. So, but yeah. All right, well, let's find out. Let's yeah. Let's or oops. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to King's Watch. It's fine. Sweet. Well, guys, if you were here on our little cozy stream, thank you for being here. I had a great time, and that's a cool helmet. I need it. That's some cool. Look at that. That's what I need. Look at this. Look at that helmet. Apparently everybody's getting cool helmets. Look at that. Okay. Come on now. Anyway, I'm gonna go get some sleep. And I will be back with you guys again tomorrow. So take care. Again, Happy New Year to you all. And thanks so much for hanging out with me, and I'll see you soon. Adios, my friends.